Hello, this is Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution. I'm going to be doing something a little different in this bonus recording. I'm going to try the fabled tutorial. Maybe I'm not. What do people mean when they talk about the tutorial from this game? I mean, I've done command training for Jacky, for instance. Do they mean trial? I hate trial stuff. Guide doesn't quite sound like a tutorial. I thought I saw it when I was looking in here before. There's not there. Oh. Well. Let me just look under command training just to be sure. So Jacky is who I've been playing in quest mode. I have done his command training actually rather recently, rather belatedly.
Go!
I've done it before. Well, that's anyway. So yeah, there's nothing separate in here to do. Okay. Maybe they just mean... Yeah, sure. Maybe they just mean the totality of the options here. Pretty sure this is just free command training. In fact, I did this just the other day. A little bit. But we'll check the menu just to double check, make sure I'm not missing anything.
Go!
There is something I do want to practice. Something that sort of blew my wig off when I came across it in a Twitch chat today. Okay, so speed settings. Whoa. That's interesting. Oh, cool. I didn't even know you could do that. Huh. Alright, well, still no particular tutorial. The Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown did have a little tutorial that was actually pretty good, but it was pretty short and kind of this little self-contained thing. So what guide is? Oh my. Well, that's the alphabet. Oh, no Q. No X or Y. Well, it's not all of the alphabet then. Show number entries. Huh. Entering the directional button portion of the attack command in the first half of the buffer period. So if you're dashing, you want to preemptively to the direction of the attack that's coming. That's really crazy. Arm. Okay, those are weirdly self-descriptive terms. Okay, back reversals suck. I know Leifei has one in a certain stance, and I hate it. The side of the back foot is called the backside, I see. I mean, that sounds weird, but it kind of makes sense. That could have maybe been expressed a little more clearly. Beat down. Huh. Well, that's fun. Jeez. I wish you could, like, left or right on the stick to just scroll between terms or something. Boktai. There's that. Special move shared by Pi and Leifei. What? Hey, is there no dash between Lei and Fei in Core Evolution? Silly bounce. Uh-oh. Yeah. What? Crouching dash command can replace the hold down part. Used to perform the move from a standing position. Oh. Oh. Well, that is a specific attack that I want to try with Jacky then. Down, forward, forward punch, because he's got this cool little uppercut, but I thought you actually had to be crouching to do it, and I feel really awkward trying to do that. See, we're learning stuff, or I'm learning stuff. There's all this just weird, super technical details. That leaves you in a crouching position. An attack that leaves you in a crouching position. You enter the dash. Oh my gosh. I wonder how much of this stuff is still in Virtua Fighter 5 Ultimate Showdown, for instance, and then how much new stuff is also in that. I mean, I've done the tutorial and guides in the recent Virtua Fighters, but I don't know. There's so much stuff. So many weird little technical things you can do. Does the move list actually show which ones are catch throws? Because that seems important. Oh no. It's actually nice to have all those stances defined in here, because I do find it is sometimes tough when you're going through a move list and you come to a move that says like from something or other and you say, what the heck is that? And you can usually kind of find it if you scroll up and down the move list and track that actual thing down, but that can also be tough. Of course, you would have to then exit training, come out to the guide, and go back into training, which is not exactly handy. Both characters have the same foot. Closed foot position. Both characters have the same foot forward. I guess I see. So it's sort of closed from a side approach, like as if they were, as if their bodies were doors, or kind of. Weird. Isn't that what a combo is? Strong attack at you, just yeah. Wait, so you can escape a guaranteed throw? Well, then why is it guaranteed? Because they couldn't fuzzy guard it? I thought guaranteed meant they couldn't tech it. I don't know, I always forget about this stuff. I hate deflections. Especially when they're just magical ones like lay face back turn stance. Now that delay is a super cool feature of this game. I mean, what's really amazing is seeing when players do these little delays that just completely throw their opponent off. It even sometimes feels like that works against the AI to alter your timing just a little bit. I don't know if that actually really affects the AI, but when you do a little delay, intentional or not, and then it hits, after that delay, you feel pretty cool. Time for rising attacks by pressing K after you begin to move. What does that mean? After, so you press it again? So that's another thing. Oh my goodness. Oh, this must be somebody's stance. Didn't it beep? It beeped and then nothing happened. Some kind of input bug on this list. Wow, that's really specific. Jeez. How many double foot reversal moves could there be? That is insane. I did not know there was a term for that. I thought it was just knocking the drinks out of them. Oh my gosh. See, this is something that confuses me because somewhere along the line I thought evades were up, up, or down, down. This is part of getting into what the thing I think I may have learned or heard about today. It's not quite this. Jeez. Okay. Do we really need that explained? Wait. Completing a delayable series with no delays. Forward attacking the moment. Well, there's also, I don't know if it's the case in this game, but in oh wait, what the heck? Oh, in 5 Vanilla, if you input Wolf's Giant Swing half circle fast, then it does more damage. That doesn't have anything to do with recovery or delays. It's just cranking the darn input through really fast. It's really hard too. I mean, I guess. See, that's implying that you don't... Hey, this game actually tells you it's 60 frames a second. See? There. It didn't activate. This UI is a little weird. For instance, if you're going through a video frame by frame, you'll find that like the text comes on before the blue background does, so you can get windows overlapping each other and the text is just directly overlapping, and it looks really weird for just a frame or two, I guess. It says press G or P. For one thing, I forgot it was to do with P, but also I thought it happened faster if you press them repeatedly. But it is not specific. It does not specify that exactly. Push, kick, throw. Yeah, those quests suck. Actually, they aren't the worst because they just happen eventually. I'm still working on one of those now, in fact, in Sega World East. You must guard to block the guaranteed throw move. That doesn't make sense. Guaranteed throw moves. Well, so a guaranteed throw move is not the throw. It's a move that puts them in recovery where you can get a guaranteed throw. What? Ah. Why are they using confusing terminology to try to explain this stuff? Throw escape command during the recovery time. What does it mean, both commands? By entering a throw escape command during the recovery time, then pressing and holding guard. So I guess it means both guard and the throw escape are active, so you're basically buffering it. Okay, so that's sort of getting into what this person in chat was talking about, but they make it so confusing. They don't just say what you do. They don't just say how this works. They're like, well, this can happen. And you're like, what? But it doesn't really make a simple amount of sense. Also, this is actually backwards to what that guy was saying. This says enter the throw escape command, then press and hold G. Whereas, at least for Ultimate Showdown, it seems like you press and hold G, and then while holding G, press P and the throw escape input direction. And that buffers the throw escape. So you guard first and then buffer the throw escape. Maybe it's different in 4 Evolution? That's the one thing I really want to find out. Got collapse. Wow, so it's specific to a single move. Because Akira... Jeez. Another one. Akira's a special guy. What is an opponent's head attack? Is that an attack on your head? And why? That says mid-head reversal, but it sounds like if it's a head attack, then isn't that a high reversal? What? I know that was called a heavy down attack. I thought it was just called a jumping down attack or something. And why have to give it another name? This includes Wolf and Jeffrey. Why don't we just say it is Wolf and Jeffrey, because Taka is not in this game. There ain't nobody else. Not yet. Jolt hit effects, stagger hit effects, and knockdown hit effects. Well, this isn't what I thought they meant. I thought they meant like the flash of light or something. This actually just means what it does to the opponent. Oh, this terminology is so weird. It's so... See, that's what I want to know too. What? It doesn't identify these in the loot list, does it? Because that would be handy. I would really like to know that. In-place recovery. That's so awkward too. I mean, this is making it sound like you're just, you know, Mario Star invulnerable after you evade. It's so confusing the way they describe this stuff. Is it just... the translators didn't exactly know what they were talking about, or what? Okay. I remember that name now, come to mention it. Wait. These are really confusing. Yeah, it gets really weirdly specific and confusing on some of those. At the very beginning of the jump. So jumping while rising versus jumping in midair versus jumping before landing. What? It's so insane. I mean, it's stuff like that that is why this game has a reputation as being really complicated. So you really have reversals that only work against knee attacks? Kokoshiki. Oh my gosh. Really need a separate term. Howie, Pie, Sarah, and Vanessa. Oh yeah, since this is... So what are, like, Eileen and El Blaze? Maybe just Eileen. Is she like a super lightweight? Howie, Pie, Sarah, Vanessa. I guess. Although, I mean, like, Leon doesn't seem huge, but I guess he's probably got more muscle mass than they do. No spinning. Huh. Relatively normal weight. I guess Leon is medium weight. What's funny is in 4 vanilla, Wolf is the same height as Akira. They're the same height. That seems to have changed by the time you get to 5. You're not spelling Lei Fei's name with a dash. No Shubo. entering multiple throw escape commands? Are you kidding? So you're just supposed to sit there every time you go to block and just buffer in a bunch of throw escapes? This is nuts. I hate this idea. This idea that you just have to be just inputting potentially useful commands like a maniac instead of just being able to be blocking and watching your opponent. That sucks. That makes me... It's another thing in this game that I just don't want to do. And maybe I'll just refuse to do. And just challenge the game to beat me as I refuse to do it. As I do with a lot of other things already. And calling it directional buttons, I mean, were they using hitboxes? But really it's confusing. Unless you know that a button is not just a round thingy on top. What about left-handed people? Okay. Oh wait. In this case, but oh yeah, okay, that does cover it, doesn't it? Reversibles. So wait, pressing the directional buttons and the other buttons. So you just mash everything. You know, this is good to see, just so I know for sure that this is it, because I've been kind of mashing punch kick guard to try to do a fall recovery, but I was never quite sure if that was actually the thing, and I didn't know about doing up down at the same time. Lose recovery period. It says after they are, just as they are ending their own attack, so I guess they're in recovery, but it doesn't specifically say that. You're just supposed to know that. Right. Okay. Somersault kicks are... Man, reversing a somersault kick would be interesting. Oh my gosh, so people are buffering reversals and throw escapes? I mean, and people are buffering reversals? Oh, this is a scumbag game. I didn't know about this, buffering reversals or throw escapes. So again, I guess if you're a lefty, you, this is confusing too, because the game will show you moves in the move list that are not true combos. Well, at least I'm glad they acknowledged it, but it's... I wish they could make it clearer, because you're looking at that, you're thinking, oh, sweet combo, and then eventually somebody blocks midway through, and you're like, what the heck? I thought this was a combo. The game showed me this is a move, and generally we assume that a move is a combo. But no, it's a series move, and is not a combo. Didn't know that? Well, now you do. I mean, it's insane to think that I can even think of at least one thing that has been added to the series since this game. Just more technical stuff, and I'm sure there's tons more, but I mean, that stuff just... I kind of hate it, and I don't try to remember it. Short range. Oh man, can you imagine memorizing an attack specifically to reverse a shoulder attack? It's nuts. I can't do reversals at all, but I mean, this game doesn't make it easy, even so. Well, now I'm confused because it says sidekick, but it says aimed at the opponent's gut. Gut I usually think of as being the stomach in front. Does this mean you're standing on their side kicking at them, but you're going to hit them in the front, or are you actually going to hit them in the side and it's calling that the gut for some reason? Again, no reason to be this nebulous about it. This is just poor explanation. Like the front side? Man. Stopped by low attacks. Well, I want to know what those are. So you're basically talking about an attack that can hit anything. Well, what the heck? What the heck? Oh, that would confuse me so badly. It was a long time before I knew that you can't block in a stance. So I kind of changed my perspective on Lei-Fei, but he still has all this bogus reversal stuff, auto reversal properties on those stances. Spin kick reversal. A spinning attack can be avoided by evading away from the spinning direction, but full spinning attack cannot be evaded. Okay, right. Doing a 360. I joystick. This is, again, super nebulous. You can recover from the stagger to shorten. But how? Why don't you tell us how? I mean, I guess you can see it in the joystick icon, but it doesn't say a joystick icon showing waggle your stick left and right. I mean, what? Come on, guys. Are we just trying to confuse people? Trying to make things harder to understand than they need to be? Purposefully trying not to connect dots for the player? I mean, were the people writing this hardcore arcade goers and they just didn't like consoles? They're like, they should just know this by putting in time in the arcade, putting their quarters up. Why are we explaining it? This is stupid. They should know. Okay. Wait. Such as hit throws. That messes me up. I don't like it when she does that. I've been running into owies doing that more and more lately. I think Eileen can kind of do stuff like that too. Maybe those are just specific moves she can cancel. Buffer a striking attack and then a throw escape. So you have to do the throw escape second. I don't like this defense option stuff. Did they really need to get that complicated? They had to turn everything into a guessing game. So a successful evade is quicker than a non-successful evade? Man, just, did it really need to be? I don't know. So that is specific to Vanessa. Tenshi in you. Get it out of me. Tentoritsu. Okay, if the initial grabbing motion hits your opponent, the throw will begin. Well, that's obvious, I thought. I mean, why did you have to explain that? Also, who are you fooling with this motion hits? You know that the game isn't following a motion. Why can't you be upfront about how the actual hit detection is working? See, this is bogus too, because, so from what I'm told, people don't throw escape on reaction, this is implying that you have to do it on reaction. But it's been telling us all these weird ways you can buffer throw escapes with other things all while you're defending, and that's how people actually do it. By quickly entering the appropriate command after your opponent begins to throw. Yeah, right. So you're going to do that within 8 frames or something? Ridiculous. Why can't they actually tell you how to do it right? Tell you how anybody does it. You're making you think that it's this superhuman reaction thing. That's what I always thought. I just got lucky once in a while because I was trying to throw and it just happened to turn into a throw tech when the opponent tried to get me while I was trying to throw them. Unlike guard break. Okay. This is 2 characters. This one specifically pops them into the air slightly. There's more useful ways to move around. Well, then why? Wall in back? Oh, gosh. Okay, well, we did it. I guess it included those, didn't it? So that was guide, so I guess all that's left is trial, but... Oh! There's tutorial. Oh. Oh, see, I just avoid missions I don't like. Well, here goes. Oh no. Oh, there's only 23? So I guess this is just, it's kind of like the 5 Final Showdowns, where it just covers the basics, but that one was just all text. You didn't even do anything. You didn't act it out. You just read about it. You just got the text version, which I would kind of prefer. Okay. How do you even get a rank recommendation? So if you can't do this by the time you're first Dan, you suck. Or the game is broken. Well, man. Is it going to have to load back and forth into the practice arena each time I do one of these? If you're not first Dan, don't try this at home. Okay. Good. Break through. That's such a confusing way of putting it. They're not breaking through. They're getting around. Around. Oh. Who wrote this? Can we fire them? Mix up mid and low attacks. Oh, okay. Yeah, but see how slow his low attack was? His low attacks kind of suck. I already am tired of this. Come on. But I only got to do 1 minute attack. The most important thing. Not reducing their health to 0. It's using the attacks to break through. Yeah, if only Jacky had better low attacks, this would actually make more sense. What are the settings? Wow. Why would you do that to yourself? I guess if you wanted to practice more, why don't you just make it... Oh, okay. You can't make it unlimited, but you can make it 999. Wow. And there's a time limit? Okay, so at least I don't have to load back and forth. That's good. Don't try this unless you're first in. Was it higher? Yeah. Okay. Well, you can't really see much there, can you? Oh, this is the stuff I hate. Oh, these I really hate. Okay, this isn't so bad because that is the slowest attack in the world. Yeah, I mean, we know how this works. Can we skip it? Not clear. Oh man, that cheering. Oh, don't make me. Okay. Well, they're really getting into stuff. Up to first stand. See, that's also a weird way. So don't try this if you're over first stand. If you're over first stand, you should just know. So don't stay here because it's going to be embarrassing. I mean, what are they saying? Beep, beep, beep. That is not the easiest readout to watch. No kidding. Well, wait for it, but they're not doing anything else. Again, they're just trying to confuse me. I feel like they could have made this a lot more straightforward. Oh, but she punches once in a while. Go for the throw. Well, I'm sure they'll soon tell us that throws can totally be tagged. Or they may not. They probably won't tell us that throws can be instantly read by the AI and dodged or counterattacked in infuriating fashion. And it happens a lot. Get ready, kid. So maybe that's why they don't want you doing this if you're first stand or up, because you'll already know that and you'll be annoyed by how they explain it because it is not. It's misleading. It's like, don't read this true story about Santa Claus if you're age 7 or up. You'll just get mad because we're lying. Yeah, unless the striking attack misses. Oh man. This is so badly written. Right. Okay. That's true. Oh man. 5 times in that order. High, low, mid. Okay. I'm not holding guard. Is he going low now? I know. I was holding back to block because I just played King of Fighter. Is it going to start me over each time? Thanks. Hi. Hello. Oh, I thought it was going to make me do that sequence. Anyway. No kidding. Blocking is useful. Oh, they're getting happy with the fonts here. Well, just keep holding block, and then you have to do that. If you know when to switch, so basically if you've memorized this opponent's attack, and you have baked it into your reflexes so thoroughly that you can just do it on reaction in the middle of a fight when you're thinking of a billion other things, then it's simple to do it. So he's going to do punch, punch, forward punch, punch, down kick, which is a good attack, unless I'm... What if I crouch at the beginning and his punches just go over me? Oh, okay, it didn't stop it. Alright. Alright, I'll play your little game. Except I can't block low. See, I hate blocking low. I know, I suck. I'm over for a stand. I mean, I guess I kind of did it. That's kind of a lot of pushback, man. I thought that second... Oh no, I guess it's only the first forward punch that's actually mid, because I ducked under the second, or the fourth punch, really. Oh, no, oh no. I could. I don't even get trophies for this, can you believe it? And it's crazy because you can do this tutorial with each character separately. So far this stuff would not actually matter which character you're doing it with. Oh, it's gonna make me do thrower cut? Oh no. Oh man, I never have tried a side. I didn't even realize you could do a side roll. Try to knock you down. Well, okay, yeah. Why didn't they just say the opponent will knock you down? Again, really nebulous way of expressing this. Damn it. Oh! What if I just mash? Mashing worked. Okay, now the side roll. Oh no, I skipped the side roll. Well. Oh no, I don't want that to happen to me. Oh right, well it's the same thing. You just hit the 3 buttons. I mean, we know this already. We just did this. It's the same difference. Alright. Well, I can't see myself. Come on, camera. What? Oh, man. Come on. You're telling me to do it just as I hit the ground, and then you don't even give me the camera. I hate your game. I'm mashing to do it, but that's not working. Well, game over, man. Am I doing it too soon? I guess I was doing it too soon. I love that little computer screen on the wall with the wires going to it. You know, it would help if I could see myself and where I am related to the ground. Stupid friggin'. And didn't they have somebody play through this and realize that this was messed up, and they're like, maybe we should, you know? Or is it supposed to be hard? They did it knowing this was messed up. Have fun, player. Oh no, now I forget if I was doing it too soon or too late. I guess you certainly have to do it before you hear the hit the ground sound. Yeah, especially when you can't see yourself because the camera's dumb. Also, by the time you get to the latest VF, Wolf no longer throws the opponent behind himself because that's too easy to throw them cheaply out of the ring for a ring out. Wait, what did that say? Oh man, this is stressing me out because of really awkward decisions and explanations they made. Oh man, fifth Dan. That is the technical definition of a beatdown. In the previous version. Does it mean 4 vanilla? I guess it must. Does it show you the recovery? Does it show you the shake the stick icon? No. Not enough of a recovery? What? Am I mashing the wrong things? Wiggling the stick. No? Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Okay, how about... Mash, mash, mash. No? Wiggle, 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 mash? You didn't do it right, Akira, you chump. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is. So what does the little joystick say? What did the stick do? What did the stick do? It shows you that for a split friggin' second. What? How do I recover? Come on. Yeah, I did it. It seemed like I moved to the side. Yeah, I'm moving to the side. Okay, but you can't do it just with the stick. So it was down on the stick. That's kind of an important thing to see, isn't it? I'm just trying to get clear of the friggin' walls. Okay, now I can't do it. Maybe it's not helping that I'm getting slammed into the wall as well. Hey! Sucks balls. Pardon my French. Well, now it's not letting me do down. Do you mash or do you have to do specific timing? I didn't feel like I mashed a ton when I did it successfully. Oh. This is... It's just really not showing me the obvious part I need to see. It's showing down. Well, that's good to know. Is it showing all 3 buttons and down? All 3 buttons and down. So you don't mash, you just do all 3 buttons and down. Well, that's different, isn't it? It's like a throw. Is it saying it's like a throw recovery or a stagger recovery? Because I guess it's sort of like a throw recovery. I think the wall is not making this easier. Jeez, okay. I mean, the chance that you even realize a beatdown is happening and do it perfect timing in the middle of a fight, come on. You don't really have to do this. This is again the kind of thing that gives Virtua Fighter this name for being only for the elite players, the hardest of cores. Was it wise to put stuff like this in the game? Well, probably not. But they catered to their hardcore players, just like all the fighting game series have. And you could say those are the ones that survived, but you could also say that they have a dwindling player bases for the most part. And they are very far from their heydays. Maybe Tekken isn't, but Tekken is probably the one that has stayed the simplest. Okay, what does it show specifically on the... It just shows go freaking nuts. What was that last guard for, though? Why are they confusing us more? Am I going to have to guard after the stagger recovery? Yes, I am. Aye. Well, now you aren't even hitting me, you moron. Can we get away from... Why didn't they put us in a orderless room or something? I hate this because I'm automatically guarding. Oh, I had that first one. You didn't kick. This is so awkward. Okay, great. I'm not going to practice that again, ever. What is his skirt doing? So it's the same darn thing. We know it when the icon's there. We know what that means. We don't have to do this again. Oh, I can hit him. The problem is, during a fight, you don't necessarily know that stagger is coming unless you've memorized what his animation for every throw looks like and their properties, so you know that you're going to be staggered. So, really, unless you're ready to escape the stagger, unless you know it's coming, it's really hard to do it fast enough. This is, if you need a tutorial, like, it has this kind of crazy stuff in it that is actually defensive basics, then maybe you've made your game too complicated and you should really find a way to simplify it, because this is not going to help you sell the game. I mean, who likes this stuff? Elite players who can then beat down noobs who don't have any idea that anybody would put something this ridiculous into the game? Pretty much. I mean, I guess it feels good as a veteran player to be able to do this, all this junk in the course of just 5 seconds of a match, but viewers aren't going to understand any of it. And anyone trying to learn it who is like me and does not like complication for the sake of complication is just going to get frustrated that they added all this stuff. I don't know. I'm getting mad doing this tutorial. This is backfiring on me. I did not think this through. Avoiding down attacks. Okay. Well, yeah, if you lay there like a chump. Oh, I thought I could just side roll. Go nuts on the controller. That never backfires on you, kids. So I specifically have to get up quickly. I can't side roll. What if I side roll? Ah. feel like I cheated that little lesson. Finally, I get to hit somebody again. So is it specifically a mid-attack against a low guard that's a stagger? You can't stagger in other situations with strikes? So this would be easier if the move list showed that the move had stagger properties. I don't think it does it? I never remember seeing that kind of thing in there. Stagger has always just seemed like, oh, they got staggered this time. I don't know. So forward punch. But that doesn't always... It didn't stagger her. What am I supposed to do? She's not showing the little lever. As far as I know, if the lever ain't there, then it isn't a stagger. So why are you doing this? Why are you not showing me the lever? Now I'm confused. Now I'm more confused about that than I was when I started. Is it not going to show me the stagger icon this time? Because that would be really confusing. It's not showing this. This is dumb. You have to show the stagger icon, or how do I know that there's... Oh. Who wrote this tutorial? Who approved this tutorial? I'm mad. Yeah, practice. Yeah, know that it's a stagger because this tutorial told you. How do you know about the other moves? I don't know. There is a stagger icon, but we're not showing it here. We also don't show it in the move list. You just have to notice it and remember during an actual fight. Ugh. I guess it might show it in just free training or command training. Maybe it doesn't. Yeah, Jacky has one that's, down forward kick, which is really dangerous if he misses. Well, how do you know? I mean, I guess if you hit your opponent in a long stagger and you were certain about it, you would do it, but otherwise it's just asking to get killed. 5 times. Hey, would you just calm down there? Why is she attacking? Why are you making this more difficult than it needed to be, Owie? Wow, somebody was really psyched about that. I knew it was going to make me do this. Well, at least I figured. I'm a genius. Yeah, that's what people like. People love the combos. Well, good. Oh, so the time limit is a minute because... Wait, that didn't count as a combo. Oh. Is it because she's hitting the wall? Okay, it's showing a combo there. So it doesn't count the launcher as part of a combo. That's kind of surprising. Has it really only been 30 seconds? Can we just go on to the next one, please? Yee. Oh, here's the stuff I don't like, so I guess I should learn it. So it is just one press, well, I guess this might explain why I suck at it. I thought it was 2. Is it different in... Oh, I was waiting for him to... So it is just... Well... Well, this is illuminating, at least. could swear it's 2 in Final Showdown. I'm gonna have to do the tutorial in Final Showdown. I guess I could just go into free training. So is he gonna do half spin attacks and I have to know which way? Maybe not. I can wait to recount. Ah. What? See, this is where something happens. What? So, oh, I cheated. Gosh dang it, I hate this. See, I hit down and he just crouched. He did not evade. See, why? Why has it stopped working? Why does it stop working when I'm under attack? Why did it seem to stop working? Is that why you do 2? Because the first time doesn't always work? So, there he just crouches. So I do have to do 2. Well, what? Why? What if I hold a little bit? No. So why did it not explain this? If you're trying to go backwards, it isn't 1 press. But it was when I did the simple... This is cracked out. So it's 1 press that way, forward, but it's 2 presses to go back. It did not... Yeah, tell me this again. Yeah. Yeah. Up or down. I'm gonna do down. Nope. Nope. It's broken. Hey. Hey, game. It's broken. Look. Oh, so it's a quick press? Ah. It has to be a really quick press. Okay, that has never been made sufficiently clear, game. A really quick press. That wasn't quick enough, I guess. I didn't release the stick fast enough. Okay. Why didn't you make this clear, game? See, I was always just hitting it twice because it felt like I had to do it twice. I don't know why I did it, or I guess I did it too soon. So you can't evade while guarding. I guess I learned something, but I'll probably forget it again. Oh no. Just mash. Hey. But that's not really how it works in a fight. You can't just sit there and know the attack, a slow, super slow attack is coming. Because if you did, you would just hit him in the face anyway. Ah, jeez. This is nuts. Because you know it's going to be a half-spinning attack that's coming? Yeah, sure. I guess if you have a read on a human opponent, but against the CPU, good luck. Okay, I'm really going to do that. guess that's why Jacky has the foot switch move, just to mess with people, but oh, jeepers. So do I evade back or forward when he's... I don't know. I guess he sweeps around his backside, so I have to dodge towards his forward side. Oh my goodness. Not fast enough. It's not like you have a counter going during a fight. Oh, I have to dodge towards his front side? Now I forget. Yeah, front side. You certainly don't have an attack counter during a fight, so this is all kind of not as useful as it would be, really. And it shows you the principle, but yeah, in practice, you don't have a timer, you're not just standing there, blah, blah, blah. You don't know what's coming. You can't just be looking at... Oh, it's insane. I mean, anybody who was new to fighting games and just got this game is sitting here looking at this would just be like, are you freaking kidding me? And return it to the store. Because who wants to do that? What sane person? See, this is where I really feel like I would like to learn. This is where I feel like an evade kind of makes sense as a thing in a game. Kind of. But it still hasn't become obvious to me in a match. Should the evade command at the same time, right? Because of course you know that they're gonna do it. See, this is a problem too, because this stuff probably kind of works against human opponents where you can get a read, but against the CPU you really... I don't. So wait, all I have to do is evade? I don't have to... Well... Why did it become harder? What? Hey. I can't evade this now. Okay, I guess I had to throw him a little off balance. So, I couldn't evade that attack at all because it was too fast until I actually pushed him back a little and got him back on his heels a bit. Of course, it doesn't really tell me that. It just makes evade seem stupid. Like, why would I do this? Why would I inflict this on myself, having to know how much time he's going to take to attack? I can't know that. I don't know what attack he's going to do or when or how. Unless you have a read on an opponent you've been fighting for a while, but that's a human opponent. The CPU. Good luck. Alright. Yeah. This is confusing because there's a window. There's a window too where the evade input doesn't. Come on, it's so nebulous. See, it's not, I'm hitting down on the stick, but it's not, there's a specific timing before you can evade. Or you just have to hit the stick different? See, there I double tapped down because it was not reliable to do a single. I guess I don't understand I don't understand my attack recovery to evade the timer, because of course you can't see. You don't know. Smooth transition, yeah, sure, I guess. If you know the exact recovery time before you can input the evade. Otherwise you're just mashing the evade. See, this is not really telling you the full story, I feel like. It's why I felt like this stuff was ridiculous. They need to explain this in human terms, where it's like, yeah, okay, you just, you know, you won't necessarily know the timing right away. You can just do it repeatedly until it goes. I don't know. Well, this is another thing I kind of want to know. But see, how do you know what's a series and what is a combo? You couldn't evade a combo. I guess a combo isn't a combo if it hasn't hit you yet. Well, that makes sense then. So I have to release guard to evade. That's a trick, isn't it? Hey. Yeah, I wish you could evade while guarding. This is crazy. I mean, if I know what's, you know, if I know that move by heart, yeah. I don't want to. Man, this makes me mad. It makes me mad that they thought that this was a cool thing to make new players try to do. I mean, what are they thinking, really? Why would you do this to players and think that you're going to get a lot of people into the game with stuff like this? You're just not. You're just not. Sega, have you noticed how your game has become less and less popular since Virtua Fighter 2? You added another button in 3. You added sidestepping in 3. How did that work out for you? 3 didn't become more popular than 2, did it? And 4? Is 4 more popular than 2 or 3? Now we have 4 Evolution and more stuff. Probably. The drawback to evading. Oh dear, kids. Yeah. Is it gonna make me get hit here just to jam it into my head? It's gonna make me do this? I mean, I'll throw him. I like throwing people out of evasions. I don't know a spin attack, so I guess I could do guard kick, maybe. Well, that was fun. So yeah, evades are stupid. Thanks for proving it. Well, right, so throws are stupid too. So he just sidestepped, he didn't evade. So just hit them after they do something stupid. Yeah, I get it. Okay. I don't even have to block his stupid attack. I mean, yeah. Yeah, if you don't evade right, you'll just get hit. Yeah. So evade is still stupid. Don't do it. That's been my position all along. But what it's not teaching me are the times where evade is the best option. Like, there's got to be times where you can't effectively... This is what it felt like when I did an evade instinctively. It felt like I was just standing there and I was vulnerable, so I evaded. Because it felt like if I didn't evade, I was going to get hit even if I tried to guard. That's what it felt like. If there was a situation like that, then evade suddenly makes sense. That's when it finally made sense to me. Otherwise, it just seems like, well, you could do this, but it could fail in a lot of ways, so maybe don't. And it's actually way easier just to ignore this part of the game now. I don't know. Of course, the CPU can evade flawlessly all the time. And of course, good players, if you get a read on your opponent, but this is the CPU, and how can you read the CPU? I can't. Maybe I'm just dumb that way. High throws, yeah. So what am I doing here? Blocking and attack, throwing. Right, I do that all the time. This is good. Yeah. Guaranteed throw, right. So it's probably going to come up in the mission tutorial as well, because they sure like giving you the guaranteed stuff missions. I'm on one of these now, in fact. Sega World North. And really, by the time you get to Sega World North, guaranteed throws are just about the only throws you can do against the AI. Because it'll just perfectly fuzzy guard or counter jab or whatever the else it has to do to get out of being thrown. It's easiest to use high throws. Yeah, no kidding. Or until you're facing somebody who's really, really good, or just a cheap AI at high level. Oh no. Okay, wait until he whiffs a big knee. Is that what you're telling me? Do a crouch punch. So this is the other thing that it's not really telling us properly, is that crouch punch in this game is ridiculous, and in Virtua Fighter in general. When in doubt, do a crouch punch. Well, let's keep it on Jeffrey, I guess. I'm just gonna block until I see a knee. Give me that knee. Come on, give me that. No, that's not one? Okay. See, that probably is one, that big double. No? I mean, we knew that one, but how about that big double one? Do the big double one. Is it gonna go... Oh, come on. I think I was just late in responding. So, so those count as part of this. Do the big double one. Oh, I didn't. Do the big double one. Man, come on. See, those look like you should be able to throw after those. I mean, how do you... Do the big double one, please. Well, those are obviously not it. I was supposed to do that. That was the one. Okay, that is one. Oh, good. I knew that. I knew those two, I guess. I hate doing crouch throws, or crouch punches. I feel like a jerk. It's a jerk move. Oh, now... Okay, so this is the other thing I would like to know. But... it's so hard to tell what moves can go into, what moves will accept a throw input right after. Oh no. Well, he's not guarding. I never guarded. It didn't count. Oh, so specifically a high attack is what it wants. Okay. Oh, do a high attack, neutral kick. Well, this is so artificial feeling, though. I don't know. This is really not how it feels like it works. I wish it worked that way, but maybe it does. It sure isn't obvious. It's also, we'll see if it does it when we get there. There's another disadvantage. Yeah. Okay. Right. When in doubt, jab it out. Yeah. Jab it out, kids. I have to let him hit me. And then just jab him. Walk forward to lift it. What? Oh, because you have an automatic catch. Come on. Okay, right. Why do I have a character where this is... Let's just have a slap fight. Yeah, no kidding. Okay. Yeah, I like that way. Right. So it's really confusing calling that a guaranteed throw move. Is it really? It's... Yeah. So it's not really breaking down what the escape throw is. Wow, why does it skip over the really important part of the actual buttons you need to hit? Okay, maybe it will. Okay, so we can just do neutral? And it's still not really covering. Oh boy. So I have to whiff. And then I'm gonna have to do the throw. See, this makes it seem really easy, but it's really... I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. So after you whiff, do a throw escape, but like just buffer that in every time, kids. It doesn't really explain that. If you can predict which throw your opponent will use, yeah, that's a big if, isn't it? So it doesn't explain that. It doesn't explain that, hey, just figure out, usually forward throw, so most players will just buffer in a forward throw escape. Most players who actually know this stuff and do it. This is what I learned yesterday. And there's a little more to it than that, too. Oh, well, see, this actually blows right past what I learned yesterday. This is ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Yeah! Jeez. So you did neutral, forward, and down? Is that what it was? if you can quickly enter. So you have to go Freakazoid on the controller after you whiff a move. I mean, I'm not that on. After I whiff a move, I'm sitting there thinking, oh crap. My English. Yeah, let's do slow motion. It's too bad you can't just slow time down. Kids. So just spaz out on throw escapes after you whiff. Is what we're supposed to be doing. But see, is that fun? That's not fun to me. That's super stressful and aggravating, and I'm going to kill my wrist if I'm doing this constantly. I don't like this. See, this is the part of the game where I just say, to heck with this. I'll just have to win without this. Jeez. Yeah, that sounds fun. I mean, I guess you're like, okay, crap, I'm gonna, if your reaction to, oh crap, becomes just hit the throw escape stuff as fast as possible. There's a certain gamification about that feels like it could be appealing, but I think in practice it's just gotta be annoying, doesn't it? Oh man, we got windows on top of windows. No. Wait a second, what happened there? Did I get thrown? I'm not getting... Am I missing the window? Maybe I'm missing the window. I only did one. Oh, it's showing me a record of the last couple he did. Is that back? Because I thought I did neutral and down. Wait, is he's just doing neutral, forward, and down, right? Why didn't it credit me with that one? Why am I not getting... Because I only entered one, but it was the right one. I'm doing neutral first. Oh, okay. Well, I did two there, I swear. So wait, the second window is the ones I enter, right? I'm hitting the wrong button because I'm side switched. I only entered one. I did down. Oh, because he did forward. So I should do... So they say, this is what I learned yesterday in actual chat. Oh, the time limit? Come on. Yeah, I know. I know how to do it, just... Alright. Well, that just... Okay, I have to do forward. Practically speaking, you want to do forward throw first, mostly, and then I'm going to do neutral. It didn't get to forward. There it did. Didn't get to forward again. I think I did the forward second, but whatever. Didn't get to forward again. Why is it not getting the forward? Can I not do the forward first? No, did it there. It's not getting the forward first. I must be entering it too slow. Well, that didn't get any. What the heck? I don't understand why it's not getting the forward when I try to do it first. Yeah. It's not getting the forward. Come on. It's not getting the first one I enter, so the window is not open as soon as I think it is. Because he's not counter throwing immediately. What am I doing down? It's still not. Whoop. Down. Stop doing down. Oh, the time limit. I can't change this. The one where I want to change the time limit, I can't. So I did do down and I counted. I really want to do forward though. You did do down that right. Now it is one of them. I got forward that time. Oh, come on. Reset the positions, please. Arg. Thanks. Sheesh. I'm not getting that forward to get in there. Why isn't my forward getting in there? When I do the forward first, there's a window and I can't see it. Sucks. Yeah, I want to do it quickly, but there's a delay before I can. It accepts them. So don't do. The trick is not to worry about that and just cover the one. That's what the person yesterday said, who sounded like they knew what they were talking about from bitter experience. They said just enter the one you think they're gonna do, and it's probably forward throw. Because forward throw also covers half circle forward. Because it's the last direction on a sweep input, on that half circle forward sweep input. Oh no. Major damage. So just panic on the controller. Yeah. Yeah, if we have to slow this in slow motion because it's complete ridiculousness. Oh my gosh, this should not be allowed. So this is how the AI gets out of so much junk. It's just doing this flawlessly. I mean, it doesn't even, it could just, this is what the AI does. This is AI scumbaggery. Oh man. So I have to, there's that window. There's a window on. After evading before the throw buffer, throw escape will work. No. Okay. I didn't do my evade. No. All I really care about is that why didn't he? Oh, what's with these stupid time limits? Ah! Why does it give me time limits now? This is annoying. I mean, it just makes me want to go to the next session. Why wouldn't I? I'm not really convinced that these throw escapes are working. See? Doesn't seem to be escape. Well, but he could be doing any kind of throw, so I guess it just is teaching me that throw escapes are stupid. Oh, great. It still is not touching on the much simpler version of this. Oh. Right. Okay, so this is what I heard yesterday. Guarding throw attack, I guess it's known. Enter the throw escape command. Wow, this is not how they said it though, so maybe it's different in 4. That's what I wanted to find out. So what they said was guard and then press and hold punch and the lever direction, or input the lever direction. This says to do the throw escape first and then guard. Throw escape first and then... See, what they specifically said was hit guard, then punch. This is telling me to do guard, punch, and then let up on punch. It's just a slight difference. Wait, he hit... Oh, okay. I wonder if it's different in Ultimate Showdown. In Ultimate Showdown, if you did a guard input or a throw input, no, I don't think it could. It ought to work in Ultimate Showdown, but it's simpler to do it how he described it, where you guard and then do the throw escape. Well, let me try it that way. It probably won't count it. I'm not hitting forward on this throw buffer input. Yeah, it doesn't seem to like that one. No, it doesn't. So, okay, let me try it their way, which is throw input, then throw escape, then guard. No? Oh, because I released and then hit again. I could have sworn that was it. Not sure about the stupid window, though. Don't know if I'm hitting the window. I'm hitting my... I hit a guard escape right there. What the heck? Is it only going to count it if he actually goes for the throw? I swore that was it. I think I'm doing it too soon. Oh, I'm releasing. It's the stupid window that I don't understand. I hit it there, but also, why isn't it showing me my inputs? That would be helpful at this juncture, wouldn't it? Then I would actually know. See, I think he's doing different... And does it matter which throw he is doing? I think it does, because I haven't had one count. Oh, maybe I thought I did have one count where he did a kick attack. Why don't you also throw me his... Why doesn't it show me the hidden timers in this training case? Double taps. Man, I don't understand the window. Come on. This feels bad. Okay, there I definitely hit punch first. I rolled my hand from punch to guard and then off of punch. That's not working. That doesn't seem to be working. Oh no, it did work. It works sometimes. So, is he doing different throws and it's... So I'm hitting... I'm using an arcade stick set up with buttons going from guard, punch, kick in that order from left to right. I'm rolling one finger down onto guard, rolling the finger to its left down I'm rolling one finger down onto punch, one finger down onto guard, lifting the finger off of punch, and leaving the finger on guard. And that seems to work sometimes. So it's the sometimes that's bothering me. And it only seemed to work sometimes when I tried doing the way it told me to do it too, which is both fingers down on punch guard and then up on punch. That's just not working. Oops. Why didn't he defend? Well, there I was kind of hitting them together. Certain situations. So what I was told yesterday was, if you're guarding, just when you guard, and this, so it's outside of any particular. It's just when you guard, then hit punch and enter a direction if you want a direction on your evade, your throw escape. And then you're set. That's just how you should guard. Just learn to enter your throw escape as well. But it's not clear to me from this if that works. We'll do this again. I want to try that particular thing. So I'm going to try guarding first and then enter the throw, and I just want to see if I can actually get a throw escape. Guard first and then enter, well, yeah, throw escape. Guard first, then enter the throw escape and see if I can get a throw escape that way. So I'm gonna hit guard, then keep holding guard and hit punch, and then I guess release punch? I don't know. Maybe keep holding punch. So that would make, so I hit guard and then hit punch and hold both. I don't know. That certainly didn't work. It's not working, but is he doing neutral? He's gonna do neutral one of these times, right? It doesn't seem to be working. So does it work in Final Showdown? I mean, maybe they that's something they specifically simplified. So in this, it wants me to throw escape first and then guard. Again, it's the window I don't understand. You have to wait. A split second before you... still confused about this. I wish it would tell me which throw he's doing, because I'm really confused. Because sometimes it counts it when he does that circle. I wish it would show me what the heck is working and what isn't. This is silly. So maybe they changed it by the time we get to Ultimate Showdown, Final Showdown, just because this way was weird. Well, that was not helpful. Yeah, take all the time. Well, That's the one I just did. Oh. Well. Oh, no, this is back to evade. So I just want to make sure that the thing that guy was saying yesterday does not work in 4 Evolution. It does not work here to do your throw escape and then guard. So to guard and then do the throw escape while guarding. You can't do guard and then say forward punch while guard is held down. Just does not seem to work. Let me try neutral. I wish you would just... Maybe he is sticking to one throw, I can't tell. I guess he is. Is it forward throw? Why doesn't it tell me which throw he's doing? Oh, okay, he is only doing neutral. Well, okay. Yeah, it just doesn't work. Whereas if I... that didn't work either. Yeah, so it really does want you to do the throw input first and then guard. You can't do what this guy said to do. And what seemed to work, the guy who was running the stream, this was in Ultimate Showdown, he was practicing it and it worked in Ultimate Showdown. So in Ultimate Showdown, apparently, you guard first, and then while holding guard, you just hit punch and do your throw evade input. But that doesn't work in 4 Evolution. You have to do this evade. I'm doing forward again. Of course, you don't know what throw your opponent's... It's all so ridiculous. You're just going to be hitting these buttons in vain most of the time. Is that going to feel good? See, it's because I knew he was going to do that. And... yeah. So you just hit punch guard, then roll your finger off and punch for that neutral throw escape. So I guess in this game, it's just when you know you have to guard. Well, see, that wouldn't work though, because if you do that normally, yeah, so you can't do that. Because if you do guard, if you do the throw input first, it's going to whiff a throw unless you're in recovery. So you have to know you're in recovery, whereas in Ultimate Showdown, because you're guarding, then you can do the throw escape and no throw will come out anyway, so it's safe. So that is a change they put in, probably in, well, they revamped the throw system from 5 to 5 to Final Showdown, 5 to Final Showdown. So I don't know if it's in 5, but it's apparently definitely in Final Showdown and Ultimate Showdown. And I think that the idea was to move it back to a more 4-like... Well, no, but this is 4, so it doesn't work in 4. So I don't know. It definitely does not work here. So what do I get out of this? What I get is it's too dangerous because I don't know. I can't tell at a glance when I'm in a guaranteed recovery situation where I'm not going to whiff a throw. And again, if I do whiff a throw, I guess it's not so bad. Right? Like, a normal thing I do is forward punch, punch, kick. But if I do a throw input there... Well, he went anyway, so I guess that counts. Oh, now it's just not working. It's not working. Why? Am I doing it too soon, or is it just specifically for this tutorial it will only accept down forward kick? Well, that one didn't work. Okay, now I don't understand the window again. My window is gone. He's not against the wall now. So wait, so... What I'm trying to do is get into a position where I'm not in a guaranteed... Oh, so that was one. Yeah, so punch, punch. I'm not in a guaranteed... Maybe I am. No, I'm not. See, that's dangerous. Whereas... It's just a much longer window where you wouldn't end up whiffing a throw. So it's still dangerous, though, because you would... Yeah, see, you wouldn't want to do it. You couldn't do it. You couldn't do that technique until Ultimate Showdown. So you would have to... In this game, you have to know when you have really whiffed a big one. And then do it. But, man... Whereas in Ultimate Showdown, it's easier. It's easier now in the series. You can just do it after every time you want to block. You just automatically enter the throw escape input when you start blocking anyway, just as a habit, which makes it feel foolish, actually. So what do I get out of that for this game? I don't know, man. I think. It's so dangerous. Well. No, maybe it's not that dangerous. If when I go to block, I just hit punch guard and then roll off punch. Hit punch guard together and roll off punch. Except that time it didn't work. So hit punch guard together. That's the window timing that... See, you would have to know, because otherwise you would just want to block as soon as possible. Whereas this, you have to be a little cutesy about a window. I think I'm not hitting it together. No, that was together. Maybe that one wasn't. Thought that one was. Yeah, you have to wait a second. Wait a second. You have to wait a split second. So I don't like that waiting a split second. I'm impatient. I just want to block immediately. Because what if he did a quick jab? What if that was his follow-up, a quick jab? Would I be able, if I'm waiting for that window, I'm not blocking just then, and I'm paranoid that he could jab me. It's I don't know, man. So it really is, you don't want to do it every time. You want to just do it after a big whip. But I'm not that fast on my feet in the middle of things. I mean, I recognize when I'm playing and I go, oh no, I'm dead. But to actually have reacted already, because by that time I've already pressed and held guard and it just didn't do anything. Well, that was interesting. See, it's not something you can use all the time. I need something I can use all the time, game. Even if it didn't work, I need an input that I could do that will not get me killed so that it becomes a habit. See, even if I go too fast... Maybe not. Maybe it's just my inputs have been sloppy. No, it is. If I do it right away... Maybe... I can't tell if it works when I do it right away, because sometimes it doesn't and I feel like I did it cleanly. You just have to be really clean about it for it to count. See, there I went too fast. I'm sure I went too fast. I'm basically going as soon as... Yeah, that wasn't clean, I know that. That wasn't clean. Jeez, man. Those were clean. That was not clean. I need to see my inputs. And see there. I suppose by the time I could react to a big whiff anyway, I would have waited, so it doesn't really matter if it's right away or not, because I will not be right away. Oops, see? That's where I'm going to get myself into trouble. What? Come on, man. But so what attacks do I actually do? I actually do forward punch, punch, kick. No, that's an accident. If I do that, see there, I wasn't... That was really an accident. I was not prepared to take countermeasures. And I'm not convinced. See there, I did take countermeasures. I'm not sure if this AI is counting it. I don't know if it's counting when I do that attack. Oh, you like that one too, huh? Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's counting anything except down forward kick, which is misleading. I would sure like to know. Oh, wow. The window is so narrow. I'm not kidding. Well, it's not doing a throw. Come on, dude. Not doing clean inputs. That's not it at all. Too fast? Oh, see? See, I'm kind of... Yeah, you have to be completely clean about the hitting the two buttons together. It seems like. And if it's not that situation, you can really get yourself in trouble by throwing out an actual throw. So in this game, you really have to recognize when you did a big whiff and be able to do the throw evade buffer immediately, the throw escape buffer immediately. Oh boy. Oh yeah. That's what we're talking about. So I'm just going to evade and then what? Okay. I think I skipped over the important part. I can't evade. I have to hit it twice. It's not... Yeah, you really have to hit it twice, otherwise it just gets jammed, at least for me. Okay, I'm not evading at all. I can't... it's so frustrating. Alright, I'm just supposed to guard, I guess. I don't know, what am I supposed to do? I did like throw escape. Oh, I have to do a throw escape. So what is it exactly it wants me to do? Throw escape command, then keep G held. I guess that's what I was doing already. So it's just now I have to do it after an escape, or an evade. Fine, I can't evade. Dang it. Why did it hit him? Wasn't that it? I'm doing it. Or do I... Oh, I'm not doing... I'm rolling. Oops. Yeah. this is really... Because now you're doing 3 things. Well, 4 things. You're punching, you're evading, you're throw input, countering, and then you're guarding. And you're supposed to do this all the time? I mean... basically, it just wants you to get it to be second nature after you see a... Well, I guess after an evade it makes more sense because you know... Oh, see, I didn't. Okay. See, that one I have less of a problem with because you know in that case that it's a situation where you're not going to throw out a grab because you just evaded. So it's like you're creating this perfect situation, which is not what you have otherwise. But so the real problem for me is knowing when to evade. Once I did that, then if I could get evading regularly, I could do this too. That's like so far down. This chain of insanity that you're supposed to be able to do constantly. A split-second reads and timing. Well, this would be handy to know. Oh, is it going to do low jabs? Yeah, that's always been my policy. Hit him hard, hit him a lot. Okay. Well, I was hitting punch, but I was still holding guard, so I guess it doesn't want me to do that. Well, this is silly. It's saying just jab a lot. I forget what ARM stands for. Maybe it'll make me learn. Got it. Oh no. Now I have to hit 3 buttons because it's a low throw? You can't just hit 2? Yeah, that's how you had to do low throws before Final Showdown. Even in 5 Vanilla, to do a low throw, characters who could do low throws, they had to hit all 3 buttons, and I could never get that down. It was too much of a mental switch, that one extra button. So to do a low throw escape, you have to do 3 buttons as well? That is insanity. Why do they make you hit 3 buttons as a defender? Come on. I actually, there is a reason to have it be 3 buttons for a low throw, because that way you can't accidentally do a low throw when you don't want one. I've found myself whiffing, accidentally doing low throws instead of standing throws in Ultimate Showdown, because now it's just 2 buttons for both. I have to get used to it. And different directions in a lot of cases. Arg. So he's gonna... Yeah, he's gonna do a low throw. I have to guard low to start, and then I have to, I guess, I have to know he's doing back, and I have to do back punch kick guard because I know he's doing back punch kick guard. Okay, I have to guard. That's important. Well, I'm jamming on it, but I can't. I don't know the window. I didn't get all 3 buttons that time. I got punch and kick, which is... Oh my goodness. I don't know the escape window, and I'm not sure. Can I release? Can I release my low? I mean, I guess I'm hammered, so it doesn't matter what I release. So I should be able to release, but then I have to do this escape input at some point, but I don't understand when I do the... And I'm already holding low. Don't understand what my window is. I'm already holding low, so I have to release and then do it. After he hits me. I don't want to be Jacky at this point. It's making this more complicated. I don't know if I'm hitting the input right. That's why I would like to see my inputs. That would help me learn game. Also, show me the damn windows. Darn windows, pardon my exasperation. Also, I don't know if I really should be doing... Because did it show me... When it showed me his direction, was it showing it from his... Okay, so it is forward. He's doing down forward. He's not doing down back. But it showed me from his direction. Well, no, it showed me from my direction. I thought it was showing me from his direction, because why would it show me my direction? It said he's doing this. See? Oh, and I would skip through it too fast. Well, so it's actually a very generous window. But I just have to do... He's not doing down back. I thought he was doing down back because it showed me down back. What I thought was down back for him. It was actually down forward for me. Ugh. Oh no, come on. So go ham on the... no. Yeah, that's good. Oh. Yeah, I love this. Why doesn't it just show me all my inputs? So I'm only getting one. Got two that time. It still didn't matter. Yeah, I get extra time to complete this. I'm not getting my multiple inputs. There's so little time, really. I did two of them, so it doesn't count unless I actually get the evasion. Well, there is no neutral. It doesn't count unless I actually get the evasion and get, a second one just for funsies. I'm not getting into... It's getting into that's really the hard part here. I don't know when I can start entering. I don't understand. Come on. It's the window again. I'm getting none. Time is running out. Do I have to be guarding? Can I just crouch? I don't have to guard. This is ridiculous, though. Oh, right. Come on. Wasting time. Thank you. Wow, he really got shaken. Ah, it was out of position. I don't know why I can't get two directions. I took it, man. Not the right one? Fine. So you were just unlucky. Good job. You didn't play the guessing game and get lucky. You didn't get lucky when playing the guessing game. And you've got a 2 out of 3 chance. What fun. I like those odds. See, the penalty for not guessing right is that you lose time getting hit. Well, this is real fun. Obnoxious. I am getting all hot and bothered. I didn't think I would. So, buffering the throw escape in this game, not super practical unless you can really recognize the massive whiff you just made in time to input a buffer, and then, I mean, well, I can see why they would have changed it for Ultimate Showdown. It's not helping me so much here. What's it talking about? High catch throws. Right. Is that a high catch throw? Oh. So if I picked a different character, it would have to give me a different tutorial, because it would have to show me how to do a high catch throw, right? Yeah, crouch punch. When in doubt, crouch punch. Let's face it, we're just going to be doing crouch punch. There you go, kids. There's one thing you take away from the tutorial. Nothing beats crouch punch. Because they haven't showed us anything that does. Uh-oh, maybe now they do. Well, they didn't prove it. I can still do crouch punch, right? Oh, no. I'm going to try crouch punch. Oh, come on. Well, yeah, because I'm stunned, I sure can't do a crouch punch, can I? Wait, did it say do I have to guard? No, guarding doesn't... yeah. Don't have to guard, just have to get hit. So, okay, so crouch punch does not win in that situation, sure. How often is that going to happen? Oh my gosh. I mean, just... it's hard enough when you know what's coming and are in this tutorial and it's just going to do it baby style for you. In an actual fight, when you have no idea what's coming and you're... it's ridiculous. It's insane. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Right. Crouch punch, kids. Right. Yeah, that's what I do. Oh, that's dangerous. I don't like crouch punch. Crouch punch is for jerks. God. That's what the AI does. Oh. Ah, there's that little delay. Just to beat a crouch punch. Ah, don't make me crouch punch. So crouch punch, kids. It's another crouch punch one. So crouch punch is a quick striking attack. Hey, wait a second. I'm really not used to crouch punching. Because I'm not a jerk, that's why. This is ridiculous. Crouch punch. Oh, don't make me learn crouch punch. I hate that move. I'm going to pretend it doesn't exist. If the AI does it to me, they're jerks. And it's all the sweeter when I finally beat them. And oh boy, does the AI do it to me. Okay, when I'm hit by a striking attack. That never happens. What kind of fool gets hit by a striking attack? Yeah, that happens to me a lot. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I still do it. Yeah. But you want to hit him. Well, I can guard. I mean, this is kind of obvious. That much I know. It's just sometimes you really want to hit them. Well, I'm kind of glad that the escape throw buffering does not work in that safe way like it does in modern Virtua Fighters, because then you really can't just buffer that in all the time. So I don't have to feel like I'm not playing the game if I'm not buffering that all the time. And again, it's a nice simple motion to learn, but it's just more buttons you have to press constantly. I don't know. Anyway, I don't super have to worry about it, I guess. If I could do it when I do a big whiff, that'd be nice, but... Oh no, this is the part I hate. Well, then you just have to keep blocking. You can't block? Maybe that's why that stupid attack hits me so often. Does it always hit me? I guess it might. So you can't just keep blocking? See, that's the part that doesn't make sense. Well, I did keep blocking. So that part does work, but it's not going to count. It wants me to evade. I mean, when you know it's coming, and you know exactly what the situation is, that's not hard, but I didn't really learn much from that. Because it's easier to just keep blocking and wait for his next stupid idea. I don't know. Yeah, let's pretend that crouch punch is not the best ridiculous move that actually makes the game no fun. Oh, okay. Oh, I predicted that. This is showing you how silly, stupid, fake the game is in certain aspects. So we're just guarding there. But the point is that you can't guard that. If you whiff and they do it fast enough, you just get hit. I don't have a low throw, thanks. I'm not doing it fast enough. See, like, if I do low kick, I can't guard in time. It Would have been nice if it had told me a specific attack it wanted me to do. Okay. Why wasn't that counted? Because it was too slow? Why wasn't that counted? Why wasn't that counted? What the heck? What the heck, game? Oops. Why wasn't that counted? It has to be within a certain... But if she doesn't stand up... Why isn't she attacking me? That was just nebulous and weird. Yeah, I know. But you weren't scoring that correctly. Or you had some weird... Jeez. How long does this go? I like guarding. Let the opponent start their attack, sure. Oh. Oh yeah, because you should know that. That's just perfectly in your head. Oops. Hey, just keep wasting everybody's time. Oh. I keep forgetting what I'm supposed to do. Oh yeah, let him hit me. Well, was I supposed to evade that because there was a stagger? Oh, do I have to counter it? I don't know. Come on. Well, he gets you into the corner. Oh, I'm supposed to evade. I'm supposed to get hit. Supposed to recover. See, I think you can't really evade when you get hit into a wall anyway. Supposed to probably evade that. This sucks. Oh, it did reset the position this time. Yeah, if you... See, you can't guard that one. It would have... so some you have to evade, because otherwise it won't count it, because you got staggered. Thanks. Well, as long as you know exactly what your opponent is doing and are in this little fishbowl, it's not that hard. Well, yeah. Why would I not do anything? Oh, there. Oh no, so I have to side roll and then punch? As you recover, jab. Wait. Oh, there's 5. This one's so much fun. At least it's easier to do this. I don't know why. Okay, I got it. I like side roll recovery. Glad I learned that much anyway. Will I retain it? Probably not. Oh no. Hey, oh no. Look at all those buttons you get to press. Yeah, great. Oh, he's doing... Well... Oh, I have to evade. Fun. Why did I do a throw? See, I'm doing my input to do the throw escape, but it's actually doing a throw. I'm evading, then hitting the throw escape, but it's a throw by that time. I don't know, it worked. Oh no, don't do a spinning thing. Oh, I like the sound of this. Yeah, because you know that, right? Because it's so obvious. Oh, we're just going to meaty the heck out of him? Yeah, you get killed if you do that. Well, this is stupid. The thing is, you don't know what they're gonna do. Hey, get up! Whoops. That's because we got into the... Oh, it's not resetting. Oh, right. What? Oh, no. Jeez. So we get into the wall and then he's not doing the behavior he's supposed to be doing anymore. Why didn't it just reset it automatically each time? But, yeah. Really? Couldn't he just be doing low kicks? Couldn't he just be doing low kicks on Wake Up? That's what I do. I don't have low throws. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, but they're gonna kick you. They're not gonna... So what does it want me to do? I mean... Yeah, this is dumb. This is not a real situation. If you're just walking up to them, they're gonna kick you as they get up. Whatever, man. Oh boy, this tutorial, huh? Yeah, well, that's what I would do. Because I don't really try... I don't think it's nice to hit people after you knock them down anyway. I mean, come on. Why do fighting games let you do that? You should have a referee stop you if you do that. Let them get up. Well, why didn't that count? I mean, I waited. What? Okay, here. How about that? This is dumb. Oh gosh. Yeah, if you can predict this. Okay, so if their head is toward you face down, they can't side roll, but they could still kick attack you. You can't predict that. I mean, you're gonna get yourself whacked doing this. I mean, I know they won't do it here because it's this stupid... Well, what am I supposed to do? How do I... Oh, dang it. Make your phone down so they fall face down and head towards you. Yeah, I did that a couple times, but she didn't recover him. She just lay there. What attack do I use? Whatever that is. Okay. I think that's just forward punch kick. Forward punch, comma, kick. Ah, dang it. Wait, which one of those does it want me to do? I have to hit them out of the evade. Oops, wrong thing, I guess. Well, she didn't evade. I don't know what attack to do. Make her fall down the right way. Not that one. Oh, she doesn't like throws. Oh, I guess that was it. I think it's because we're at the... No. Ah. Just tell me what attack to use. I'm skipping. I don't know what attack that is. Why doesn't it tell me what attack it is? Tell me what attack. It's not gonna. No. I don't know what attack. I don't care. Oh, come on. Tell me what to do for a gut kill. I don't know what attack that is. It's some attack I have deemed useless in the past, but it's not for this very specific stupid challenge. Well, that's real exciting. But I don't use that attack, and I don't know what attack it is. I don't care how I knock my opponent down. I just knock them down. Well, if you're not going to give me options, then yes. Just tell me what attacker. I don't care. Oh, Lion. I love Lion. Leon. I don't love Leon. I love hitting him with down attacks. Sounds fun. I don't have a down throw. He wasn't even trying. Yeah, that's why I don't do them unless I'm on the right-hand side and I can't do a proper down attack reliably. Huh? What does that do? Oh, that's from his side. Ah. Oh my gosh, this is stupid. So you keep P held down and that will make you do a little hop instead. Why don't you explain it again since we're here? No? Come follow me, you jerk. I mean, I'm holding it. Do I... Trying both up forward and up back, and I'm holding punch. What? Am I supposed to wait? The moment your opponent touches the ground. So is it up back punch or... Because he's doing what I thought was up forward punch. And so is it showing it from his position again? Because you suck? This is stupid. So it's just timing it for when they... Exactly when they hit the ground? Wait, why did he jump back? Just, what? I really don't understand that. I really don't understand, because he did two things, neither of which... Okay, so I'm just going to try up back when he hits the ground, but that doesn't seem to be working. Up forward. Okay, so it is up back. And you have to time it for exactly when he hits the ground. So it's so specific anyway. I'm doing it too soon because he's still... So basically what it's telling you is... It's not going to work. This wall confuses it. Too slow. I'm confused. And why do I have to keep it held down exactly? I wish I could reset the stupid position. Why can you reset the position sometimes but not always? Reset the position, please. This is ridiculous. So you just... I was looking at the stupid explanation and not at his inputs. I skipped it somehow. Oh, come on. The window is so ridiculously tiny. I didn't keep it held down. I didn't keep it held down and it worked. Now he's hitting the wall and I think that's screwing everything up. Too soon. Why don't you just say... Safe. I didn't know you could do up back. I mean, why even have up forward then? This is stupid. I have a feeling they changed this in later games because it's dumb. But they'll side roll. You won't get any damage. I don't know. Oh no. How can you tell? He didn't look like he was bouncing. I mean, come on. It's just silly. Well, I could use a little more help. No. It's not showing me what he's doing. I'm just supposed to know. Immediately after your opponent bounces. So he's just doing down forward kick or whatever. Down kick. Down kick. Forward kick. Why doesn't it show me his friggin' inputs? It's ridiculous. That wouldn't have been so hard, would it? You're just supposed to know. I guess that's why you have to be a certain level. You're just supposed to know. I think I did it there, but I didn't hit him with the follow-ups. Is it? It's not forward kick. What is it? Neutral kick? I need to know what attack it likes. Oh. So that was forward kick as he was in the air. And then a down attack. Well, whatever. Man, that's not even a great combo. You know, how much nicer would the game be if you just let the opponent get up? You don't have to worry about all this nonsense. But everything has to be a little guessing game. Yeah. Because that's really obvious. Well, I did this already. Except this is even simpler. Whoops. Get up, sis. Aw. Yeah, but they're gonna kick you. They're not gonna do that. Yeah. Right. So backdashes are something I only use to get away from a tactical situation. I have not learned to do them to counterattack. I like dash up throws. I can get down with that. Oh, well, I can just do that. Except that sometimes she's going to do a low. Yeah. What? What? Am I doing it too slowly? That doesn't even count? I mean, come on. Alright, fine. Oh, wait. Oh. really have to know their attack range, though. Different characters have different stand-up ranges. I guess. I heard somebody talking about this on a stream once. This was for Ultimate Showdown. Just do a big meaty. Alright, it's not going to tell me. Okay, I don't know what those are. Oh, it does tell me. This time it tells me. It's the inconsistency, you know? I guess my timing's off. Am I going too soon? I don't know what the timing is. Thanks, game. So that was too soon, I guess. That was too late. This is really frustrating. So know the precise timing, and then do it. It's simple. Oh, she changed up. I don't know the timing anyway. So, you can do different wake-up stuff, so you're gonna get close doing this, unless you guess right. Ah, man, I have no idea about the timing. It's really tight, apparently. Hey, I did it. This looks ridiculous because it looks like I'm not doing anything when she stuffs it. Oh, that one, you could kind of see it come out. Decided I don't like that attack. Oh, this other one isn't working either. Maybe that one doesn't even count. I don't know if this has a long attack duration, but it's the one he did in the demo. This is ridiculous. Why don't I just get punched in the face repeatedly? I mean... Where's my spin kick that goes low? Well, it wants me to do that one. But where is that other... Oh, I'm thinking of Ultimate Showdown. wants me to do this one, I guess. Was that window there before? Yeah, I did one. Alright. The timing is so... Oh yeah, I forget that's another knockdown. The timing is so tight. Ah, ugh. I hate this tutorial. It's showing me all the really pain in the butt things this game does. Yeah, I know that part. See? Chomp. Moron. Why would you just stand there? So he was hammering guard? Is that it? He was hammering punch to get up and then didn't attack. Predict your opponent's movements. I can't read this stupid AI. Oh, that failed completely. You better knock me down, bro. What? So that did stuff below? Not that time. Oh, it did that time. Well, I'm impressed. Oh, this guy's a real jerkhole. I mean, in this case, I would not even mess with him. I would... Wow. Well, that counted as something? Was that my delayed attack? Man, that just felt like fighting a real jerk. Yeah, I guess. The whole... what happened to chivalry? Oh, 21 damage. I think I know what attack that is. Okay. Okay. Yeah, wait for the moment. That's always going to work well. Okay. Alright. So just jab him a lot. Uh-huh. Good. And this fast input for... this is really dumb. That's nothing. And this is stupid too. So it's just saying you can hit them with just about anything after they hit a wall. That was not an impressive midair combo. Okay, if you want to be a real... That was not a... Show me an impressive midair combo. Come on. Okay, that was pretty good. Oh, no. Hey, was that necessary? Well... Why is she doing this to me? Oh, come on. So I don't know combos. Oh, I did it. Well, that's the tutorial. Look at all my chicks. What? Oh, I did skip a couple. I thought I skipped 2. Oh, yeah, there's one. Wait a second. What? How did I miss this? Did I hit next just after I got to this? Because I thought I was still on the previous one? Do I just have to wait until time expires? Yeah, I like that one. That's fine. Yeah, I remember I quit out of this because I was tired of waiting for the clock because I was done. I got it. See, that's one thing I don't understand is why sometimes does forward kick launch them and sometimes it doesn't. And they won't get out of the corner. Maybe if I back up. Come on, follow me. So you just have to wait for time? And this knocks you out, so it has to reload back into the thing. I thought there were a couple I didn't do. Oh, maybe they're both in here? Yeah. Because it wouldn't tell me what attack to use. Because I had to crumple them in a certain way, and I don't know how to do that. Right. Well, that's fine. I'm fine with that. So I guess that's it. Wait. Well, I thought there was one at the top. No? Oh, okay. Yeah. combos. Probably not going to do this. Okay, forward, forward kick, back, forward. What's the little arrow? All right. What? So it just turns him around? It doesn't skip back? I can't even do the first part of this. Why isn't it showing me the move anymore? Oh, kick. I hit back. So you can't get the demonstration. You can't see the timings in this mode. I can't even do the back kick. I didn't know there was a... I feel like a turnaround. Forward kick back. What's the little arrow? Why isn't it easily countered? I don't know how to turn my back. I guess I turned it there. Doesn't follow me. Why isn't it easily countered? That might actually be useful in a fight. No, I want to see this again. It's easy to do. I didn't do that. That's interesting. It's really obscure, so I guess I'm glad I saw that. Why isn't back turning easily countered? That's so bizarre. And I don't really trust that. It doesn't make sense. Oh. Well, sure. Yeah, evading, yeah. Okay, sure, I'm just gonna whip that out. Oh. This is too specific. If the opponent does this exact thing, do this exact thing. Come on. I mean, it's trying to show you stuff, but I already forget what it wants me to do. Back kick? No, back punch, and then go back forward. Yeah. I can't evade. I panicked. He's hitting the wall. What? No? Not fast enough? What? No game. I just have no confidence that the evade will work. What happened now? Why? Whatever. Ah, no, not that. Why doesn't it show you? You just have to remember. That is so ridiculous. Again, there's this little window. I don't even remember what attack I'm supposed to do, apparently. I thought it was just punch. It is... Oh, forward punch. Okay. I was just hitting with that. That's much better. I mean, what's nice is knowing... So I can backdash after just about anything. Well, heck. I mean, maybe this is just something I need to work on. Because normally I would stand there like a moron. So backdashing after an attack. How about that? Backdashing after an attack. I'll have to try that. Also... His kicks. Forward kick. Well, that was the one I wanted anyway, but I could just do forward kick, backdash. Or I guess you back turn. How do I turn around now? There's it. So backdash after doing stuff. kidding. Yeah, but what if they just decide to kick you? I don't care about fall recoveries. How did that miss? Come on. This is looking ridiculous. That's because he's hitting the wall again. Well, now he's just laying there. Well, I'm doing the wrong one. No. Well. This is in this very specific, predictable situation. Well, predictable only because we've created it and made a robot follow it. I can. Oh, no. Why didn't they put us in a bigger room? Why is he over there now? Why did it only reach him the first time? Well, yeah, no kidding. I don't want to follow this stupid thing. That was better than what they want me to do. It's trying to teach me to read the AI. This is not really teaching me anything because it's such a bottled situation. And it's easier to... Oh, I got impatient. I knew it. My reactions are junk is what this is telling me. Oh, it's got to be 5 times in a row. Well, that's never going to happen. What? That was not the... What combo were I supposed to do? I don't care. Yeah, I'm not that good. I can't concentrate on that. I'm no good at that. Fun. I did it. Oh no. What am I doing now? How safe is it? I'm not really sure. That's what I'm kind of working on. Oh, wait. Oh, so you have to do back. You have to do guard kick specifically? Is that why? Why is it guard kick and kick? Why do both of those kind of work on their own? I'm confused. Back guard kick. Wait, that's not launching. Then what am I doing wrong? Is it forward? Ah, no, it's not forward. Oh, that launched them. So why didn't it? Wait. Almost. What? So wait, is up back guard kick faster than up back kick? Oops. Now I'm doing... Oh, I'm doing kick. I was trying to figure this out. It was a different combo a long time ago. Not a long time ago. And I couldn't detect the difference between the two. Up back kick and up back kick guard. What am I doing? Oh, well, yeah. Okay, obviously. Yeah, up back kick does not... Wow. Oh no, it did work. No. So up back kick does work. I'm just a flake. Is it? No, it's not easier for me to execute anyway. Hey, don't. Time doing the kick guard version. Up back kick guard. But you have all day to execute it. Whereas up back kick. How? What's the difference, though? How are you supposed to... Okay, up back kick guard. Does it not hit them as far away? No, we're talking about... Back kick. It just doesn't. So there's some kind of difference that I can't see. Looks like maybe he just leans forward more. He hesitates a little. I've known that, but I thought I knew that, but I couldn't then detect a difference in the combo I was trying, which was the axe kick. That's still... that was kick. That's kick guard. See, if I delay any amount there, it doesn't work. Now I'm getting nudged up to it. Just kick. What? No. What? I've broken my brain. What? Do it now. The up back. Okay. There is that he takes a slight bobble, whereas with no, it doesn't matter. Well, no, it should. Yeah, he doesn't do that slight bobble, so you have a. You really do have a split second more with that kick guard. That makes a huge difference. So wait. Did that combo? I don't think it did. Well, up that kick guard, way to go. I've already forgotten some of the stuff from earlier lessons that I wanted to remember. Maybe it'll tell me in this. Oh no. Sure didn't. How many are there? What was I on? I guess I wanted to remember that. Yeah, that one kind of sucked. That one is just do a backdash to get out of trouble. That's good to know. That one kind of sucked. This one I couldn't do. Cancels. Can't do them. Can't read the AI at all. Okay, I guess I was in. Is this B? Am I in B? I don't know. So up back kick guard is better. Okay. Some kind of spin kick? Oh boy. Yeah, slowly. Oh jeez. Oh, that's the axe kick. Well, I hate combos, so that's fine. It's interesting that you can follow the axe kick with a punch, I guess. So, I did one kick. I can't do the second kick. Why not? It's a big launcher. Forward punch, down punch. So that's what the AI did to me. That forward down punch. What is it? Forward punch, down punch, and then the flip kick. Down punch. I can't crouch. What the heck? He doesn't want to crouch. Maybe my joystick's broken. How do you go from forward punch to punch? It's not to down punch. It's not working. good enough, right? He doesn't want to do it. I wish it would explain to me why. See, he does this instant crouch and I can't seem to do that. Am I just not, like, releasing to neutral somehow? He doesn't want to. Can't do this friggin' down punch. He doesn't want to do it. This is not happening. Don't understand the timing. I guess I'm rushing it. I'm just not doing a clean down punch. I guess that's it. What? Sometimes. Hey. Oh, you can't change. Why can't I change the timing? I don't understand. I'll do that. I don't understand the inputs on this. It's not... He did it lightning fast. I can only do it very slowly. It won't... If I try it faster, it does that. This was one I just could not understand. I don't understand how you do that. Hey. It's really just not wanting to do the down punch. Not until after a significant delay. So you have to hit in a certain way and then it works? Fast as possible. Why isn't this resetting now? Well, fast as possible does that. That's as fast as I can go. Too fast. And if I go... I don't get it. I don't get that combo. Whatever. Do it again. The thing is, I'm not going to float them with this because it's too dangerous. I guess that's too slow to get away. You're still dead. Am I on C now? What am I on? I don't understand why it can't keep the directions on screen. Is that too high budget? Why won't it go? It won't turn my foot back. So you have to release and go totally neutral. Too impatient to wait that long. It doesn't seem like you should wait. It's stupid. Why wait? Ugh, that's got a big delay in it. I hate these. I don't have patience for that combo. I can't delay mid-combo. It's just, it feels wrong. I want fast combos. I want to hit as fast as possible, like it actually said a few minutes ago. Well, that went fast. I guess it's fast when you declare you're sick of it and don't want to do it. Yeah. I like forward punch, punch, kick. Oh, well, there's it. Oh, That's how you get a gut collapse.
Come on!
That just feels wrong. See, I hate that. Oops. What am I doing?
Come on!
It's just so bizarre. I mean, punch, punch, kick is great. I'll do that all day. I don't like the back, all buttons, shuffle, slide step junk. Usually the AI would just skip after me and hit me instead of letting me come back in. Yeah, great. I guess I'm done. Well, what was... Why does it have to load back in? I already did these. I think. Yeah. So why is only... Oh, yeah, I did some of it. Alright, well, cool. So up back kick guard is faster than up back kick. And maybe backdash after some stuff to save your buns. That weird thing about forward kick and then back to turn your back and somehow that's safer. I'm really not convinced about that. What is this? Oh, dang it. So that I did this. Alright, yeah. Yeah, it's great. It's USS Enterprise. In a row? Oh, it's gonna take this time, huh? Well, no way. Nope. What kind of masochist would try to do this? You're just gambling against the AI 10 times in a row? Oh yeah, that sounds fun. Well, okay, so I can't guard. Oh, that sounds real fun too. Oh wait, am I supposed to do it? Oh, hitting a wall. Oh, you can't. How do you recover then? I'm real unclear on how to recover from that. When you are knocked down... Oh, the bounce attack, right. Three times in a row. Oh. Yeah, that's real fun too. 3 times in a row. The whole in a row thing is obnoxious, and the time limit thing is obnoxious. Exact recovery? What is exact recovery? Oh. Gonna go for a ride. Oops. Isn't it just all 3 buttons? What is exact recovery? I'm gonna mash it. That usually works. No. I do recover from that sometimes. Or I do, you know, not take damage from that sometimes. Where is it? I forget. I thought it was just punch, kick, guard, but I don't know. Maybe my timing's just not there right now. Why doesn't it tell me? Why is it being cagey about it? See, I did a successful recover. Oh, this is where, yeah, so it's just all 3 buttons. Whatever, we've done that. All 3 buttons with precise timing, and you can't see yourself in that throw. Why would you do this to yourself? What you got, Leon? Oh, the camera sucks, so that's real fun. Oh. So here's a crappy camera. Yeah, I did it. Get yourself dizzy and do this a bunch of times. Really? I'm tired of these. I didn't buy Exact Recovery Fighter 4. I don't care. Here's all the ways you can get knocked down. Recover from them all. It's the same movement. It's super fun. It's not going to tell me how to recover from staggers, because, you know, why would you? Was I staggered? What am I supposed to do? I mean, he's not even... There. I don't know. It's way too nebulous. It's not fun to guess at what exactly the timing of everything is to do it right. Is it still in a row? Yeah, it's still in a row too. This is real masochistic stuff. Well, that one, at least it shows you. Why am I not... I swear... I've done this before, I think. I mean, in an actual fight. No, it's not working. Hey, come on. Man. Well, they did not make this one easy. I'm hitting everything. Come on, dude. Jeez. Wow. Well, guess not. Wow, man. I guess I'm just not wiggling fast enough. Oh, I did it. Good. You just have to wiggle a lot. I guess. Just wiggle. Wiggle everything. I mean, what? You're not even doing something coherent here, Wolf. I mean, you're not... Who cares? I'm not staggered. Oh, there I'm staggered against a wall. You know, I recovered before you did anything. You're not even making an effort here, Wolf. What the heck? The heck? Virtua Fighter, you're not making me love you with this stuff. It doesn't look like a stagger because it doesn't show the icon all the time. For some of these. Recover from the stagger, it says, am I gonna actually... Hey, I did stagger. Okay, this... Oh, come on. I wish it would show you like a meter or something so you can see how close you're getting. Because you're wondering, is this doing anything? It's not getting me anywhere, it feels like. Oh, I thought I had that cold. So basically you'd have to do it right until the very end. Because they've timed it that close. Gotta mash like a maniac right until the very end. When you think it'll be too late to guard. But otherwise, it's impossible to guard. Ah, whatever. They made those not fun. And I guess I'm just not fast enough. I did it a couple times, whatever, man. I made my correct direction 10 times in a row. Oh! Yeah, super fun. Yeah, because, you know, I guess that wasn't the right direction because I didn't know what he was going to do. I didn't know what he was going to do there. Hey, you just missed me. Yeah. Oh no, not that way. I guess. So just memorize everybody's animations, people. This is the kind of stuff that is not fun for me at all, and I never do it because I hate it. I mean, I don't know, I hit him. Why didn't that count? I hit him. Don't tell me exactly how to hit somebody. I'll do it myself. Guarding high. Under and guarding low. Well... again. Oh, that's... So I'm just supposed to know which one he's doing? Come on. what he's doing before he does it. 10 frames into when he's doing it. Did I really do this except not? Yeah, I sure did. Why is it just, it's just, now it's much more obnoxious. 20 times, that's even more fun. Twice the fun. Four escape? What? 4 throw escape commands each time? I can barely even get 2. Yeah, 4, huh? I got 2. Oh no, I have to enter all kinds of throw commands. I got 1. I got 1. I just wanted to see if that one would work. Well, that's lots of fun. For stuff you can actually teach me, not drilling my reflexes into some bizarre special use case. Okay, same junk. Yeah, how many do we? Evading throw escapes. Which were those again? Evade and oh, you.
Yeah!
You evade and do a throw. Yarg. Whatever, I got you. I still hate the evade input. Yeah. Ah, wow. I forget how the throw evade worked now. Because that is shooting out. Sure not doing both. I forget how this throw evade worked. I forget how all this stuff worked. Sliding throw escapes. Well, this one you have to do. Oh, the trick now is that he's doing all kinds of inputs. Well, I think the real lesson is don't do stupid attacks like down forward kick. Oh, is that? that's right. So, well, if you enter the throw as you're evading, and then you can hold guard. Okay. I can't.
Yeah!
So he still did the throw there. I must have released. Oh man, this is giving me it's a nightmare to do that stuff. Well, I guess I finished that part, so hooray. I mean, that stuff would keep me busy for a long, long time, and it would make me insane. I looked at this briefly before, and it was indeed just having you go over some of that. Well, I know how to do that. So this is actually kind of useful for quest mode if you really want to complete certain quests. You can at least come here and practice. What's one that... Don't let... Wow, I haven't seen that. Don't get blocked 12 times? I guess you just throw a lot. I've not seen missions like a lot of these, actually. Oh, that one. What? Wow, I haven't seen most of these. Win in the first 10 seconds. I wonder if it'll give me some tips on this. I can set the difficulty. Oh, that's interesting. You set it by stage. What the heck is stage 8? Stage 8? I guess arcade in this game goes up to stage 8. I just want to see if it's going to give me any particular tips, because otherwise you're just repeating an obnoxious quest you get, and why would you do that here for no quest payoff? Like, is it going to give me gold to my quest character? Yeah, how do you exactly kill them in 10 seconds? Well, time is fleeting. Well, I think I already failed, right? What did it start at? 45, probably?
Fight 2.
Ready? 30.
Go!
Yeah, I did see this one once, and I didn't really understand what you're... I guess you just have to beat them down really fast, and they just can't have them defend against anything successfully. Well... this, in fact, does not have some of the ones that I thought it could have. I haven't seen a lot of these. Because, in fact, yeah, like, I'm doing a guaranteed throw one right now. But why isn't guaranteed throws on here? I have to land a certain number, I have to do a certain number of guaranteed throws. But I can do it in as many matches as I need to, so it's kind of a chill out, just leave it on and fight people type of thing. Well, that's not as exciting as I had hoped. Or not as useful as I had hoped, I guess. I haven't seen a lot of those missions. And it's not showing me a lot of the ones I have seen. I thought I found a menu before where it did show me the ones I'd seen. Maybe I didn't actually go into that. Well, I guess that's all of it. That was a lot of stuff. I skipped a lot of the later parts because I hate combos. Did the guide, looked at those. So I guess we're all fine here. So the tutorial, what did I learn again? I learned that, well, that the thing I learned about Ultimate Showdown, throw teching, where you when you guard, you just do a throw input when you guard, and then you're covered for at least that throw input. That doesn't work in 4-4. I don't know if you can do multiple throw escapes in Ultimate Showdown. You sure can in 4. I mean, one exercise wanted me to input up to 4, and also you cannot guard first. You have to do the throw escapes first and then guard by just releasing punch, I guess. So you cannot just safely buffer throw defense all the time. If you're not in a situation where you cannot throw because you're recovering, then you will end up doing a throw attempt and you'll get hosed. So it's really, in this game, you have to recognize when you're specifically in a huge whiff hole, and then you might want to enter some throw escapes, because what else are you going to be doing? The main thing I guess I learned was that up back kick guard is faster than up back kick. There's definitely one combo that did not work with up back kick, while I did work with up back kick guard. There is a slight hesitation. So that's good to know. I'm going to use up back kick guard from now on if I can manage it. That forward punch to down punch, I don't understand that. I don't understand how you do that quickly. There's something real basic I'm missing there. But these tutorials do not actually explain the actual real basics. Forward kick and then back, turn your back, and then you can punch to get him off you, or you can skip, you can backdash on all that stuff, but I'm, again, not sure how practical that is. Big launcher with punch, kick, punch. Yeah, that move, punch kick stuff, I still want to work on some more. I have to practice that some more. Try it in actual fights, that is. So I guess I got a little out of this, but man, the work you would have to put in to do all that, especially that do this many times in a row, so if you miss once it resets. Super fun stuff. Yeesh. Yeah, all the throw evades, the throw escape guards, throw escape evades, kinds of crazy stuff, I guess. The whole evade thing, so super fast motion up or down, single time, but it's so easy to miss. It is in effect 2. Maybe they just changed it to that later, because I could have sworn some tutorial I did in Final Showdown said it was 2, or some option menu. I thought at some point you could actually change it from up, down, down to, oh, maybe I'm thinking of Dead or Alive. I'm thinking of Dead or Alive. You could change it. You could change the evade input from up, down, down to up all 3 buttons, or down all 3 buttons. That was Dead or Alive. Huh. Okay, well, I did the tutorial. Hooray. Now, I feel bad. But I guess I learned 1 or 2 things, and I got real frustrated with other mechanics that this game has. And I learned some differences in these itty-bitty mechanics that between it and Ultimate Showdown / Final Showdown. And mostly up back kick guard faster than up back kick. Proven. So that's good to know. There were probably 1 or 2 little other things in there I wanted to remember. Specifically wise. I guess that was the main one. For a while I thought you could make forward kicks safe, but it sure implies that you can if you just turn your back on the opponent, so I don't trust that. guess I can try it, but I have a feeling I'll just get bopped and I'll just be like, well, okay, I don't know. Well, thanks for watching this bonus recording that went on way too long, and I'm gonna go collapse now, so good night.